Enjoyed by millions for over a decade, DoTA is a game of strategy, momentum, and action. Two teams of 5 players, called Radiant and Dire, face off in a vast battlefield. The first team to destroy the opposing team's Ancient will win the match. However, there are many steps on the road to the Ancient. Before the battle begins, each player chooses a unique hero from a pool of over 100 potential fighters, each with their own abilities, strengths, and weaknesses. Teams then enter the battlefield and compete to slay opposing players or computer-controlled forces called creeps in order to earn experience to augment their heroes' abilities and gold to purchase items that increase their hero's power. As players become more powerful, they will lead their forces to eliminate the opposing team's defensive towers in each of the 3 lanes that cross the battlefield. If a team wishes to gain an additional advantage, they may also choose to face the monster Roshan, who guards the Aegis of the Immortal, a unique item which allows a slain hero to immediately return to life. After the towers are eliminated, players may begin assaulting the opposing team's base. Within each base are several sets of barracks, which, if destroyed, will strengthen the forces of the attacking team. Beyond the barracks lies the Ancient itself, protected by a final group of defensive towers. The match ends if either team's Ancient is destroyed. This is DoTA.
Hello everybody, welcome back to more DoTA. Thank you for the follow. Hello everybody, welcome back to more DoTA. Thank you for the follow.
All pick. It's all on you. Unless you click random. Then it ain't on you at all.
Like rain.
Hello everybody, welcome.
Battle.
Hello everybody, welcome to the world of Dota 2. It doesn't matter how many games that you've played. I think MOBA is always the best game in this world when it comes to PC games. The reason why I'm saying this is because it doesn't matter how many genres or categories of games that you have played, nothing can beat this game. However, there is one downside with this game, that is the matchmaking, because it's a 5v5 kind of a battle scenario. So you're basically playing against 9 players in a particular match, 4 on your team, while the remaining 5 are your enemies.
Showtime! If you're not already heading somewhere,
The prime
now's the time to start.
aspect of this game lies when you have, when all 10 people know what they're doing in this game. That's when you'll see the best version of this game. With that being said, let's begin the trailer of DoTA. Sorry, take 2.
Cut and run! Prepare for battle! Lightning! Hot Tarask! Yeah. Enemies need killing!
Yo, what's up everyone? Welcome back to my what's up everyone? Welcome back to DoTA. This YouTube channel is dedicated to all the Dota players out there and also to all the gamers out there who wants to try MOBA. I know you guys have tried different games, but nothing, trust me, nothing can beat this particular game when it comes to mechanics, when it comes to complexity, when it comes to gameplay, when it comes to strategy, when it comes to so many other skills that a gamer. If you want to experience everything in one game, then it's Dota. However, a disclaimer, it relies a little bit on matchmaking, just like many other online games. It's the best when you play with your 5 friends, when you have 4 other friends, so you can team up with them and play. This game is at its prime. However, if you focus on your gameplay, I think you can still have fun. Having a PMA, positive mental attitude, is very important in this game to have a good experience. I've been playing this game for over 20 years now, mostly casual gaming, nothing serious. But in the last 20 years, what I realized is that people tend to play this game, queue for a couple of games, and then they get stuck or get tilted or then just rage quit or close the game and never come back again. I think this is a very beautiful game. However, it has its own learning curve, just like many other games out there. I've played different categories of game before I switched to Dota 20 years ago. I used to like to play many FPS games, or sorry for the voice line from my hero. I used to play many FPS games, and then I used to play games like open world games like GTA and things like that. There are many games out there, different categories of games. But however, when it comes to MOBA, I think Dota is really good, provided you could find 4 other friends who can team up with you, and if you can queue a game, I think this is one of the best game out there. The reason why I'm starting this YouTube channel is I think firstly it's good for me, so that I would never say that I know this game completely even after playing for 20 years. I'm just an average casual gamer. By creating this YouTube channel, the goal for me is to self-learn this game, so I focus on every aspect of this game. In the meantime, also communicate the same to people out there who wants to try this game and get better on this. The complexity of this game is that it has a very steep learning curve. So you have a lot of data out there where people explaining different stuffs, different metas. You can watch pro replays. You can refer to several tutorials and things like that. There are a lot of data out there. However, when a new person comes to this game, it's really hard to follow at the level at which the people are trying to
pick with your middle tower.
People are trying to sorry about the voice line. So the thing is, in this game, the aspect of this game is that it has a very steep learning curve. This game has a very steep learning curve. Trust me, it might take few months to years for you to master several heroes in this game. So when you check online, you have a lot of data, you have a lot of tutorials and things like that, and you have a lot of pro replays that you can check. There is so many content out there, but one difficulty that I faced at least 20 years ago is that when you're an absolute new player to this game, you will be put in a situation where you'll be struggling to figure out how the game works, how the mechanics work, and how you play a hero or what you do in this game. And then you go out there looking for stuff, try to figure out how to do some things in the game. It takes a while, because the people who who are good at this game are at a different level than what you are. So when they try to explain it at their level, it's very hard for a newcomer like you to understand, how to. You'll probably not get every stuff that they're trying to say in simple words. So my goal here is to simplify Dota as much as possible with my roughly 20 years of experience of playing both the original Dota, which is Dota 1, and a couple of years playing Dota 2. With that being said, I would like to welcome all the new players, all the new gamers out there who wants to try a MOBA like Dota, and also to all the new players who are already playing this game, especially people who are below 2k MMR, who are absolutely kind of like a new to this game and want to get good at this game. And also pros are also welcome to my YouTube channel. Everybody is welcome to my YouTube channel. So the goal of my YouTube channel will be to learn every aspect of this game step by step. So without any further ado, let's introduce to the game itself. I think the best way to start introducing this game is by watching a quick 2 minutes in-game tutorial, which you can also do once you install this game.
Enjoyed by millions for over a decade, Dota is a game of strategy, momentum, and action. 2 teams of 5 players, called Radiant and Dire, face off in a vast battlefield. The first team to destroy the opposing team's Ancient will win the match. However, there are many steps on the road to the Ancient. Before the battle begins, each player chooses a unique hero from a pool of over 100 potential fighters, each with their own abilities, strengths, and weaknesses. Teams then enter the battlefield and compete to slay opposing players or computer-controlled forces called creeps, in order to earn experience to augment their heroes' abilities, and gold to purchase items that increase their heroes' power. As players become more powerful, they will lead their forces to eliminate the opposing team's defensive towers in each of the 3 lanes that cross the battlefield. If a team wishes to gain an additional advantage, they may also choose to face the monster Roshan, who guards the Aegis of the Immortal, a unique item which allows a slain hero to immediately return to life. After the towers are eliminated, players may begin assaulting the opposing team's base. Within each base are several sets of barracks, which, if destroyed, will strengthen the forces of the attacking team. Beyond the barracks lies the Ancient itself, protected by a final group of defensive towers. The match ends if either team's Ancient is destroyed. This is DoTA.
So yeah,
All pick. You can choose anyone, but there's only one right choice. Yeah.
I thought, okay, so that was a good introduction video that DoTA has created by themselves.
Prepare for battle!
That's a very good. Okay, so I thought that's a good idea to show the trailer for this game, which is also within the game that you can look into when you install this game. That kind of summarizes, what this game is all about. But for this video, let's focus on the very first aspect of this game, which is the map. As you can see in the lower left corner, which can be of course changed on your settings. By default it is used to be in the lower left corner, even in Dota 1 and in Dota 2 by default it's in the left corner. I think it's the most convenient or most widely used location for the minimap by majority of the Dota players out there. So as you can see in the minimap, there are two sides. Firstly, one is, for example, your side, it's like your tires, your radiant side and your tires.
We're not sticklers. When the horn blows, the blood flows.
Look at all that meat, just waiting to be carved. Right to it. Forward. Lovely. Here I come. Hi, hi. Yes. This ain't nasty stuff. And now. Right.
Okay. The reason why I showed the trailer for this game is because I think it kind of summarizes what this game is all about. For this video, the reason why I showed you this Dota 2 trailer, the reason why I showed you this video, which is also a part of the game, which was a kind of like a trailer that is set by Dota that you can watch whenever you install this game. is because, you know, that's the trailer which kind of explains
Your
pretty
bottom
much
tower is
everything
under
aspect
attack.
about this game.
You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Okay, I think I need to mute this shit. Okay, the reason why I showed you this trailer is because, you know, that kind of summarizes everything about this game, what this game is about. I know what you're going to probably do in a given scenario. Okay, I hope you enjoyed the trailer. The reason why I showed you this trailer, which is also part of this game that you can actually watch when you install this game, is because, you know, this kind of video. The reason why I showed you this video is because. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the trailer. You can watch this trailer when you install this game by yourself. This kind of is the first step to this game, so you kind of understand what this game is about. It kind of summarizes every aspect or every, you know, the overall picture of this game. It kind of summarizes that. So I thought it's a good idea for. I hope you enjoyed this trailer. You can watch the Dota trailer by yourself when you install this game. The reason why I showed you this trailer is because it kind of summarizes every aspect about this game in, you know, what this game looks like in a nutshell. So without any further ado, let's begin. Let's learn this game step by step. The very first step that we need to learn in this game is the map or the mini map. So without any further ado, let's begin. We need to. The reason why I showed you this trailer, I hope you enjoyed this trailer, and the reason why I showed you this trailer is because it kind of summarizes what this game is about. I hope you enjoyed the trailer, and you can also watch this trailer when you install this game under a Learn tab. This is the first thing that you need to do when you install the game. Watch the trailer again, so you'll have an overall picture about what you're going to face in this game. First thing first, let's begin trying to understand the map by itself before we get in depth with other stuff in this game. For this video, we'll majorly focusing everything that is, you know, available in this map one by one, so you kind of get familiarized. If you're a new player, if you're already playing this game, you already kind of know, and probably you can skip this video and you can go for my next video. But in this video, if you're absolutely new to this game and you want to learn this game, I think I will make sure that you'll have a wonderful journey when you start playing this game. So before you begin playing this game, you need to understand at least some basic fundamental aspect within this game. First thing first, let's begin with the map. Firstly, to your left bottom of your screen, you can see this mini map. Just like how it was shown in the trailer, you can see there are 3 lanes. One that is going from your base towards the enemy base. So your base is to the left bottom corner, while the enemy base is marked to the right top corner, as you can see. And then there are 3 lanes with several towers in both the sides. And then there is a river that is passing in between, which kind of, you know, like a border between your side to their side. So in a nutshell, you can say that, you know, their side is a little bit risky for you to just walk in, while it's risky for them to come to your area, your side of the map, right? This is your fountain, while similarly on the enemy side they have their own fountain. It's kind of impossible for Benny, even when your hero hits higher level, you cannot enter enemy fountain, while the enemies can't enter your fountain unless you're like super tanky, you know, unless you're a specific hero who can tank the fountain damage by dodging it, which is kind of not possible for a really long time, but yeah, to a certain extent people can do it. For now, let's try to understand how the fountain works. When the enemy tries to come to this border of the fountain, you know, the fountain starts firing missiles at you and you'll pretty much die. So it's important. So this is like a safest part for you to be. Similarly for the enemies, this area is the safest part for them to be because it's guarded by their enemy fountain. So you cannot just walk in directly to this fountain. Okay. The second thing that you need to understand, there is the ancient, which is the final objective for your enemies to win this game. If they destroy this, which is having a HP pool of roughly 4,500, then they're going to win this game. On the other hand, if you successfully, they also have their own ancient, and if you successfully destroy their ancient with the same HP pool, you're gonna win the game. So the title itself explains everything about the ancient. The name of this game is DoTA, which simply means defense of the ancient. So your goal is to defend your ancient and destroy their ancient, while the enemy's goal will be to defend the dire ancient while destroying your radiant ancient. Okay, just a side note, your side is called radiant side, while the enemy's side, or the red side, is called the dire side. So it is just a terminology. I mean, it's good to know if that your enemies are on the dire side while you're on the radiant side, or you can just if you're in the bottom side of the map, you are in towards the green region. Like you see, your towers in the minimap are all marked with green, while the towers in the enemy side is all marked with red. So you're on the green side, which means you're radiant side. If you're on the red side, you're on the dire side. So it depends on when the game begins, which side you will be. It's kind of random as of now. In Dota 1, it was not random. You can choose which side you want, provided you have enough players on both the sides. Only then the game begins. But over here, it's kind of random. Sometimes you'll be on the dire side, radiant side, and sometimes you can be on the dire side. So in the minimap, the radiant side is usually marked with green, while the radiant dire side is marked with red. It's not very important, but it's good to know. So that's all about Fountain, and then you have this Ancient, which is guarded by 2 towers with 2600 HP. Similarly, there are 2 towers which are guarding the enemy Ancient. And then on your base, you have 3 sets of barracks. You have a ranged barracks and the melee barracks to the your top lane, and then you have another ranged and a melee barracks to the mid lane, and then you have ranged and melee barracks to the bottom lane. Similarly, enemies also have ranged and melee barracks on their bottom lane, mid lane, and their top lane respectively. That is how the creeps spawn for every 30 seconds. As you can see in the middle of the screen, this basically is a timer which says, it's been 9 minutes 58 seconds since the game started, and you can see the switch from sun to moon. So there is a 5 minutes window when it will be sunny, and it's called daytime, and then there is a 5 minutes window where it is going to be nighttime. It is going to have some impact on the game, especially when you're playing specific heroes like Night Stalker. You can see the difference. You can there are several other aspects in the game. For example, how you see things, what is the vision that is kind of available around the different objects in the game, kind of varies depending whether it is daytime or nighttime. As you can also see, it kind of tells you, 4 minutes 23 seconds left before it hits night. It's not very important for now, but it's good to know. If you don't want to keep it, if you don't want to learn now, you will know eventually when you start playing this game in more detail. Okay, so that's those are the important aspect of your base and the enemy base. So you have basically Ancient being guarded by 2 towers, and then you have these sets of barracks which are also guarded by 1 tower each for each lane. And then when you walk out of your base, it's similar. Everything is mirrored to the enemy side as well. So you have the same thing on the enemy side. And then when you walk out to the lane, the first thing that you see is your tier 2 tower, which is somewhere in the midway between the other tower. So you have 1 tier 2 tower here for the top lane, and then you also have another tier 2 tower in the mid lane, and then you also have 1 more tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. Similarly, for the enemies, they also have 1 tower in the middle for all the lanes. Like you can see mid lane, and then you can see a tower for the top lane, and then you also have a tower for the bottom lane. I'm just introducing you to several aspects of the map. It's not important that you need to know everything right away. You will know when you start playing this game automatically. So nothing have to be kept in mind for now. I'm just trying to tell you how this game looks like in the first place. And then you have something called as a tier 1 tower, which is like you remember when I said there's a river in this map. As you can see, there is a river that you see here. This is where it's kind of like a border for your side to their side. so which is guarded by the very first tower, which is called tier 1 tower, and then you also have tier 1 tower similarly on the mid lane. As you can see, the river is passing by, which is splitting your side from the enemy side. Even the enemies have their own tier 1 towers, and similarly on the bottom lane you have the tier 1 towers as well on both the sides for enemy side, and you can see the river, which is kind of like splitting the map into two parts. That is like the very first basic thing that you need to know about, you know, the map of Dota. Now let's touch a bit on, you know, some minor other basic aspects in the Dota. As you can see, I'm maneuvering in the game of Dota. You can assign different keys on how you can control your hero. For example, I have tab key assigned so that I am always on my hero when I hit tab, so kind of enabling my hero. And then I can issue commands on him, how I want to, you know, mobilize this hero, you know, how I want to move this hero to left or right. So if I have, for example, pressing tab, I'm enabling my hero, and then by pressing right click, I'm issuing the command for the hero so that he can move, you know, to a particular location. For example, if my hero, you know, is at tier T1 tower, and then if he wants to move to tier T2, I should make sure that my hero is enabled, and then I press right click on the map so that my hero, you know, moves to a particular location. So it is kind of like a very basic thing that you will figure out eventually when you start playing this game. So nothing to hurry. You'll actually have to do a lot of tutorials before you start playing the game, so you learn everything step by step, and I'm gonna emphasize this more in the later videos. But for now, let's only focus on, you know, not to play this game, but trying to understand this game, right? Okay, so like I said before, there's a river that is splitting the map, and then I explained about the towers that you have in all the lanes, and then you can see, you know, these barracks spawning these, you know, for every 30 seconds you see these creeps that are coming to all the lanes. Similarly, from the enemy side, you have the same kind of creeps that is trying to come from the other side. So there's some kind of an equilibrium kind of situation that's happening in all three lanes, which kind of gets affected when you have enemy players and when you have your own teammates on your side, right? So that is like the base minimum about this game, minimum about the map sense that you need to have before you even start playing any tutorials. Then coming to the second part of the map, you have something called as jungle areas. So as you can see, in the minimap, you can see my hero icon, which is located here. So this is like a jungle area. This is a jungle area on your side. The reason why it's called jungle is because you can see a lot of trees and there is not always vision. You know, unless you put some kind of vision, you can't really see, or if you're not in that location, you're basically not going to see anything, right? So the reason why you have this jungle area is because, you know, there will be a situation in the game where you can't basically farm or do stuff in the lane because of some things happening in the lane. That is the time when you need to come to this jungle area and, you know, try to get some farm done. Basically, it will help you in the economy aspect of this game, which we'll touch in more detail in the next videos. But for now, just try to understand that jungle is basically an area where you have a lot of trees and a lot of, you know, these kind of neutral creeps there, which kind of helps you in the later on part of the game when you start playing the game. And then in these jungle areas, in the new patches, you have these kind of observer wards, which are kind of like free to use, that kind of gives you vision for a few minutes. So that's kind of good addition that you have. So you have like additional vision on this area. Similarly, enemies have their own observer wards that can be activated as well. So when I said jungle area, it's you see, other than these three lanes, most part of this map is jungle, right? So I would say if one lane contributes to 10%, then three lanes is roughly contributing for, say, 30%, and then you have these river stuff, you know, which is kind of like, I would say, still a part of jungle. So, and then the rest part, like roughly 50 to 60% of the map is pretty much like a jungle area, right? And like I said before, everything that is to the bottom side, towards your side, it's safe if you're, you know, from the radiant side. And if you're from the dire side, then, you know, this part of the jungle is kind of safe in the map, right? So depending on which side you are, your vision is limited. So that will touch vision in a completely different video, where we will get in more detail about the vision aspect of this game. There are so many things that you need to learn before you actually start playing this game, you know, correctly. So that's about the jungle, I would say, in a nutshell. Well, let's give some bonus information. This part of the jungle is called Triangle originally, because now also you have this ancient creeps. It's still called Triangle. This is the creep that gives you more farm, say, for now. And similarly, enemy has their own triangle area, and then bottom side of your map you have so many jungle where we can actually walk there and see how it looks like. Before we walk to the bottom side of the map, you also have like a small camps here where you can also farm, which is recently introduced. This was not part of the original Dota map, so this is like a new addition in the new patches. So then you can see there's this camp, and then you have one more camp here, which is also part of the jungle, right? So similarly, you have camps on, the dire side as well, the small 2 camps. And near those 2 small camps, you have something called as Wisdom Rune, or sorry, yeah, it's a Shrine of Wisdom. What it basically does is, like, for every 7 minutes into the game, this Wisdom Rune spawns. So usually the supports come here and collect it. That's something that you can consider to be one of the objectives in the game, or at least in the new patch. This is something that we'll touch in more detail when we introduce, when we make more videos about supports. For now, let's keep it simple. This is one of the objectives that you need to know. So you have one dire shrine on your side, that is the radiant side, and then you also have one more dire shrine on the dire side. So these 2 shrines are quite important for every 7 minutes into the game, because it's kind of giving you free experience in this game. We'll get into economics about this game, experience about this game, what is experience in this game, what is gold in this game. All these things will come in more detail in the next video. But for now, just focus on the map and see where things are placed, so you kind of have some self-awareness about the map. So this part of the jungle also has the shrine, and then you walk between tier 1 tower and tier 2. Then you'll hit the area which we originally were. It is called Triangle. There you'll find one ancient camp, and then you have this small camp. Then you have this cliff area, which is useful to get some vision, which we'll be talking again in the next video. And then you're passing through the mid lane where you have tier 1 and tier 2, and then you're coming down here. When you're coming down here, you'll see another camps. You see this is a jungle area again, and then you have one more camp here. Then you have this observer ward here, you can see. That is also kind of like a free vision that is recently introduced in the new patches of Dota. This was not there in the old game. And then you have these bounty location in this jungle area where you can collect some free golds for every 3 minutes. This gold spawns every 3 minutes in a game, so this is also important objective area that you need to have in mind, which we'll get in more detail when you're playing a specific role, right? In those videos I'll try to explain what is important, but for now just mark this location as one of the objective. Similarly, when you're on the dire side, you also have similar rune spot. You can see this jungle camps here as well. You have jungle camps here, you have jungle camps here, triangle area here, like I said before, and then you have these small camps with the dire shrine. And then as you go further in this river, you have more jungle camps on this side, and also you have some jungle camps here. There is one jungle camp here in the corner, which is useful when you're getting owned by enemies and you have very less space to farm. There is one jungle camp between tier 3 and tier 2 towers, that is over here, as you can see. And then there's one jungle camp here, and then there is one observer ward placed here. These are not very important objectives, but it's good to know that there is a jungle camp here. It will be useful for specific heroes that you're playing. And then you have one small camp here. Then you have observer here, and then you have one more ancient camp here. So this part of the map, I hope it's clear. And as you can see, as the game is progressed to 21 minutes, the enemies our tier 1 has already fallen down, while the enemy tier 1 in the top side has also been fallen. So otherwise there is to be a tier 1 tower here, right? And then you have these small camps here. There's one small camp here, and then there is one small camp on this side. So this is pretty much the jungle on the Radiant side. Similarly, on the Dire side, you have jungle camps to this corner of the map. It's kind of symmetric. I would say not very symmetric, but it's kind of symmetric. You have one more jungle camp here, then you have one small camp here, one observe ward here, and one camp here. And then there is Tormentor location, which is right now on the Dire side, and it also shifts to the Radiant side, but we'll get back to that in more detail in the next video. And then there is this kind of like a portal where you can use to travel from one side to the other side for free with some mana. So for example, right now I am in the Dire side, and there's one more observe ward here. So there are so many free observe wards like this that you can activate throughout the map that you will come to know when you start playing this game in more detail. So you see, I teleported from the bottom side of the map to the other side of the map with the consumption of mana. You can see I'm consuming a little bit of mana. We'll get back to more details about mana, HP, gold, and other economics aspects about this game in more details in the next video. But for now, in this video, we're just focusing on the map awareness. This is another objective that is very important. For every 3 minutes, you get something like flower that you can see that I've collected, which has been accumulated for the last few minutes. So for every 3 minutes there will be one flower spawned, which is kind of important objective, especially during the laning phase. And then you have similarly a lotus pool on the other side as well. So it's kind of symmetric on both the sides. You have kind of similar situation on the other side. Whatever I'm telling for the Radiant side is also kind of true on the Dire side for most part of it. Then you can see you're basically maneuvering between the trees, so that's why it's called jungle area. So you have like limited vision unless you're walking towards it. And then comes the other main objective where most of the fights gets initiated in most of the matches, I would say, because then there's something called as Rosh pit. Right now you can see there is a Roshan that is spawned here. He's in the bottom pit now, and he has something called as Aegis, which is for now just try to understand it to be like a second life to the people who picks it. So there will be a scenario where your team is trying to take this, and then when enemies come to know that you are in the pit, they will try to gank you and attack you, and then there will be most likely a kind of like a first battle that will happen, or not the first battle, but kind of a first major battle that will happen before the game proceeds. So it is kind of very important objective. So this is kind of located on two sides of the map, basically in the river. So this for this part of the time, the Rosh was in the bottom pit and now he's walking towards the other pit, as you can see. So he was in the bottom side of the map, and now he's walking towards the top side of the map, and if you come close to him, he'll basically throw you. So you cannot touch him when he's walking in the river. So he's basically walking in the river from the bottom side, from the bottom pit to the top pit. So there is basically two objective location depending on what time of the day it is, like if it's day or night. Roshan kind of stays in different pit. During the night time he's staying in this side of the pit, while during the daytime he's moving to this side of the pit. So this is one of the important objectives that you need to know. And then I think I covered most aspect about the map, but I'll cover more in the future videos. So please make sure that you come back and check the next video so that you can learn this game in the most simplified way as possible from my side. And then you have these cliff areas which is more important when I'll be explaining about the wards like this, where I can play the visions. And then I think, yeah, that's pretty much it about the map, I think, right? And then when we come back with more stuff about this game, I will explain more details about the map. I think for the basic understanding of this game, I think basic understanding about this map, I think this much is more than enough. Let me quickly check if I've covered everything. So let me quickly summarize first so that I don't miss anything. So there's this fountain, which is kind of like a safe area for your side and also safe area for the enemy sides, right? And then you have your ancient, which is called as a Radiant Ancient, and then if you are on the Dire side, then there will be something called as Dire Ancient, which you need to attack right now in this match. And then I talked about these two towers which are guarding the throne or ancient, and similarly there are two towers on the enemy side which is also guarding being thrown. So it's not possible to, you know, at minute 1 when the game starts, you can't just walk straight and try to attack this throne or try to attack this ancient. It's not possible. That's why the name of the game is Defense of the Ancient, right? So that's why you have so many towers that is guarding the ancient. Then you have set of barracks on the top lane, mid lane, and the bottom lane with each tower, and then you have tier 2 towers somewhere in the midway in all the lanes, and then tier 1 tower similarly on the enemy side. It's kind of similar story, right? And then you have, then I talked about, you know, the jungle camps on the left side of the map when you're on the radiant side, and then there is this shrine area, and when you go top on the enemy side you have this lotus pool, and then you have this portal area, and then this is tormentor area on both the sides. Similarly on your side you have your own portal and then some kind of tormentor area, right? And then this part of the map is your triangular area, which is also called like a major part of your jungle. And then you have the other part of the jungle with other camps, like smaller sized camps distributed across the map on your side. And then you also have camps on this side of the map. And similarly for the enemy side, when you're on the dire side, you have these camps here, and then you have this ancient camp here, and then this small camps here and here and here, and then you also have some camps near to the river. This part of the river is recently introduced in the new patch of Dota. This was not there, or I would say it was not there a few decades ago, I would say, a few years ago. It was recently, I can't remember which patch, but it was recently introduced. So otherwise the map was only splitted with this middle river when you look into the old maps of Dota. But now you also have these additional rivers which is flowing in between the maps on both the sides, like on the dire side and also on the radiant side. So what this part of the map will help you is mobilizing. So you can see my hero is kind of moving faster than he usually moves when he's walking in the direction of the stream. So his movement speed gets kind of like buffed, I would say. He kind of moves faster for now. That's what you need to understand. So it's kind of important when you're ganking someone or when you're trying to escape from someone, you know, it's kind of important. But we'll get into that part of the game, that aspect about the river, you know, in more detail in the next coming videos. But for now, let's just focus, you know, what you can see in this map, right? That is what is important. First, it is important because you're new, especially this particular video is dedicated to absolute new players who have never played MOBA before, who wants to try this game. It's for them. So people who are already playing this game, who knows how Dota works, and who are already started playing this game or who have been playing this game for several years, they already know about this game. They can just skip this part of the video, right? You can focus on the future videos that I'll be posting on this channel, but for this is mostly for the people who are like absolutely new to this game. So I think that's kind of like a quick intro to the map awareness, I would say. We'll get back to more aspect about this game in the future videos. So if you're absolutely new to this game, I think this particular video is dedicated to the people who are absolutely new to this game. If you're absolutely new to this game, I think you need to go through this map by yourself once again, so you kind of get familiarized by moving your hero here and there, so you kind of know, you know, which part of the map is kind of like you need to know, which part of the map is probably something that you can ignore for now, things like that, right? So it's a good place for you to start, and you can see these cliff areas that are there at several locations, which is important as well. I think I kind of covered every important aspect about the map, but we'll get back into more details about the map in the future videos for sure. But for now, I think this should do. Thank you so much for watching my first video. This is Simplified Dota for 2026. The whole goal of this Thank you so much for watching this. Thank you so much for watching this introduction video about the Dota, and also, you know, quick tips about, you know, how the map looks like, just to give some map awareness to absolute newcomers. If you're already into this game, then you are kind of probably aware about the map by now. But if you're absolutely new to this game, I think this is a perfect start for you, so you kind of know a bit about the map. I would highly recommend you install this game and first come into a lobby and try to, not play the actual game by itself. Don't even dare to queue for game for now. But just start a bot match or something like that. Just come to a lobby, try to figure out the different interfaces within the map, so you kind of get a feel for the map, right? Thank you so much for watching. See you in my next video. Thank you. I hope I covered more. Thank you so much for watching my first video on this channel. I hope you kind of understood a little bit about map. We'll come back with more details about this game. For now, thank you so much. Have a nice day. See you in my next video. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed my first video on this channel about the map awareness about this game. Thank you so much for watching this video. Without any further ado, we'll end this video and hope to see you in my next. Thank you so much for watching my first video on this channel. Thank you so much for watching my first video on this channel. Oops. Oops. You saw how Roshan kind of throws me out? Okay, I think I'm dead. Yep. Okay, thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed my first tutorial about the map and map awareness. We'll come back with more details about this game in my next video. Thank you so much. If you happen to kind of understood some aspect about the map, I'm very happy. I hope to see you in my next video. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Okay, that was several takes. Sorry about that, guys. Let's queue for the match. I think we are close to completing level 4 all hero challenge. 2 heroes left. The next hero is Clinks, and then we have Disruptor left. Okay. Just give me a couple of minutes. I need to grab some water and then we can queue for the next match. So yeah, guys, that's the reason. So yeah, guys, that's the reason why I told you it's a great game. However, it's important for everyone who wants to play this game to learn the game first and then execute what they've learned in the game. You know, the best of this game is observed when you have like 5 really good enemies playing with 4 of your teammates who are also good, along with you being good at the game. I think that's when you'll experience this game at its prime. It's not about MMR, it's not about, you know, learning various aspects of this game. It's about having that, 35 minutes to 1 hour of real fun. To make that happen, it's important that pretty much everyone who plays this game understands most aspect about this game. When you have a balanced situation like that, that is when you'll have the best DoTA experience. So I thought it might be a good idea to start to simplify this game and to explain this game in a most simplified manner. So if I'm successful in explaining this game in the most simplified manner possible, so that everybody who wants to play this game or who is already playing this game but still not good at this game or not trying to understand this game, I think my goal in this channel is to make sure that everyone understands how to play this game in the most efficient and the correct way possible. When that happens, and then you'll end up having a community with players around you who knows everything about this game, or at least most basic aspect about this game. When that shit happens, then you have a 5v5 situation where it's kind of like super balanced. And when the game becomes super balanced, when 5 enemies know what they're doing, 4 of your teammates know what they're doing, you know what you're doing, that is when you'll see the best DoTA. That is when you can experience the best DoTA. So the primary goal of this channel is to make sure that thing will happen. So this is the first step and the first video. Thank you so much for watching. See you in my next video. Bye guys. Have a nice day.
people need to handle this, and I mean yesterday.
این که میخواد این که میخوای تو این حاجی پایین شکر تیپی شکر حاجی این وی به این بزرگی داداش اصلا تیپی هم با پیاده بلنشی بیای یه همچین آدمی رو بکشی که تاور اونو نندازه
to retract your last move.
Well worth it. Well worth it.
PUBG Games के पास। You can't improve until you make mistakes.
Show, cara, passada.
improve until you make mistakes.
Это просто муа.
Meep, meep.